Hi everybody, welcome to another exciting stream on Bowtie Gaming 14. So today we're going to be jumping back into some more Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and getting into some more shenanigans and maybe do some Koroks, I don't know. So on that note, let's jump right in. So, I mean, like, this is going to be a full section and everything, but the first order of business, finding the other half of the wells. And I'm basically treating this like the Korok seeds, where I'm going to be pinning the rest of them on the map based on a guide. Because I'm like, well, if I'm 125 hours in and I've only found about half of them naturally, I know it's going to take like an hour or so, if not more, to find the rest of them, even with them pinned on the map. So that's going to be the first thing I do once the game boots up, is basically just pinning the remaining 30 of them on the map and then just kind of going boom, 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 times 30. Because, yeah, there's 58 of them in total, and I found 28 out of the 58. So, yeah, this is what they'll show up as if you found them on the map. So yeah, as a heads up, the first probably couple of minutes of this is me going to be like placing pins on the map to figure out where the wells are. So bear with me while I get this queued up. Alright, so apparently there's one in this vicinity. Let's see. Yeah, I'm basically just going to be doing 6 of them at a time, so it's going to be 5 rounds of 6. Alright, so there's one over here somewhere. I found that one already. Got that one. Found that one. Alright, let's see. One on the other side of this. There's one over here. Okay, and then there's 2 over here. I was gonna say, one of them you have to go to get to a shrine, so I definitely found that one earlier. Alright, so there's that. Actually, I gotta figure out which one this is, because there's like 2 of them next to each other-ish. Alright, I think that's that one, so there's another one kind of here-ish. Yeah, and a lot of these are kind of approximate anyways. Alright, then it doesn't look like I found the one by the stable, so that's going to be an easy one. Welcome in, 92Z. Just playing some more Tears of the Kingdom. First order of business is finding the other half of the wells. Because I found about half of them naturally, and now I'm gunning for the other half of them. Because one of the side quests requires you to find all 58 wells. Alright, so that's the first 6. Alright, let's get going. Yeah, and of course with the wells it kind of varies. Like, some of them end up leading into some caves, some of them it's just as is, some of them it's just a well, and some of them lead to the depths. Kind of just depends. Alright, let's see what well number 1's like. First order of business, putting on some cold gear. Unless I've got cold meals in my arsenal. Although I probably will put on snow boots. Curse the fact that I have so much in my inventory. Here we go. Actually, just so I don't lose track of where I'm at with side quests. Yeah, because there's also a couple more that I can do that I unlocked, but several of them are making the champions weapons. Yeah, it's basically the warm-up for when I do all the Korok seeds, and yes, at some point, probably the last thing I end up doing as a part of this playthrough, I do plan on getting all 1,000 Korok seeds. That's going to be the undertaking of the century, and this is coming from a person who got all the Korok seeds in Breath of the Wild before any of the guides were out and before the Korok mask existed. That was a challenge. I think there was one guide that I could find that had like a map, but even then you could only like pin 100 at a time, so it was basically like, I think I found about a third of them naturally, so there was like 600 Korok seeds I had to find with a guide. And here we go. So yeah, 30 wells is definitely a smaller undertaking than that for sure. Yeah, and of course with these markers, this is kind of just a general pinpoint of where these are located. The specific location, I have to figure that out. Oh, speaking of Korok seeds. Yeah! It's like any Korok seed that I can knock out of the park, I will gladly do. But yeah, the general plan of the playthrough is I'm going to be completing everything except upgrading all the equipment, because that's a whole undertaking in and of itself. But I plan on doing everything else, fighting all the bosses, getting all the Korok seeds, completing the entire compendium, and doing all the side quests. Suffice to say, I'm probably going to be playing this game for another month or so, and I beat it probably about a couple of weeks ago, like, just so I wouldn't have to worry about spoilers. So then I can kind of just enjoy the game. Yeah, and there's still like 70 or 80 side quests I gotta do. Suffice to say, this game is massive. Yeah, not that I was saying, no one blames you in that regard at all. Especially when, like, you only need, like, half of them for getting all the equipment slots. The other half is just bragging rights. I mean, in Breath of the Wild, the reward was basically just a giant mound of poos. I'm honestly expecting the reward to be the exact same in Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, it's pretty much why I nicknamed this playthrough as, like, my long play of the summer, because I knew this was going to be a massive undertaking. Luckily, there's no long games that are coming out that I'm missing out on because of spending a lot of time on this. Pretty much all the newer games that are coming out are going to be, like, in the realm of, like, a couple of dozen hours, so those are easier to kind of get into the schedule. Well, and of course, this is even if I can, well, with, going back to the wells, like, this is like, if I can get all 30 done today. It's basically just like, this is the next thing I'm doing. Of course, I just find it funny, because, like, the side quests range in, like, length from, like, oh yeah, this one thing that you might have done already, or something that takes, like, not even a minute, to find all the wells in Hyrule. Like, that has got to be the longest side quest, apart from maybe getting the materials to make all the champions' weapons, because each one requires, like, 3 or 4 or 5 diamonds, depending on which one you're looking at. Again, not that I blame you. It is a massive undertaking. Alright. Goodbye. Yeah, pretty much the one thing that I'm going to for sure get all the upgrades for is this particular set, because I like this set. That is the only thing I plan on purposely upgrading to the fullest extent, which I found out is going to be a decent undertaking because it involves taking out a bunch of boss bokoblins. And of course, I just couldn't get, like, the level 1 going for a while because it turns out that you need regular boss bokoblin horns. I fought plenty of ones that were, like, the higher level, but not the red level. So I basically had to pinpoint, like, where I could find one, and then it's like, okay, every blood moon just check for this one so I can get another horn. Yeah, I know there's like so many ways people can play this game. It's like, yeah, from like just actually going for plot progress or just messing around with the Zonai tech or, yeah, just like basically just anything. I mean, the possibilities are endless with this game. I probably wouldn't have gone as hard for plot progression if I wasn't streaming it. I would have just taken my sweet time with that. But you never know, you might just occasionally get some person who's just like, hey, did you know that this is how the game ends? And then you're like, gosh darn it. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I just find it so funny that, like, you finally get the Yiga outfit in this game. It's like, I can finally impersonate these stupid piece of crap. So many strong shields. Which, trust me, I'm gonna need all of them because you go through shields like crazy, especially with the some of the tougher boss fights. Give me all of your stuff! Alright. Yeah, I might just have to pin this with a regular pin so it doesn't dissipate every time I try to go near it. Alright. Alright, Minoru, you're up. Now let's help out Addison while we're up here. Oh yeah, and that's another thing for 100% completion, is helping Addison put up all of his signs, which I brought this up on a previous session, but I'm pretty sure you weren't here for this. I basically devised a device to just make this easy, given you have enough Zonite. To the point where I favorited it. I made this for one of the particular runs of it. You basically take 2 big boards and 2 small boards, and you purposely have the entire top covered, and basically just box them in, and unless you get unlucky... Okay, it looks like that dissipated. And 9 times out of 10 it works. You don't really have to mess around with building too much stuff every single time you want to help him out. Yeah, and of course, like, the split second he says it's standing, you want to talk to him because sometimes you could get screwed. Ooh, bomb flower. Yeah, and that's one thing I've definitely been trying to incorporate into my combat a bit more, is the puff shrooms, because I didn't realize like how versatile those things were, as well as the dazzle fruit. It's like, yeah, I should really just use these things a bit more. Especially with the arsenal that I have. Of course, that's the nice part about, like, having beaten the main campaign, is I can look up other people's playthroughs and not have to worry about spoilers. Because when it comes to, like, the side quests and stuff that I haven't done, I'm like, nothing that I haven't done I'm terribly concerned about spoiling for myself. Because I've pretty much done all the bosses that I've seen, like, like, basically, I fought in Natalis, I fought in a Hinox, and I fought in all of the Gleeok types. So nothing in that regard is really a spoiler for me. But yeah, you can be so much more stealthy, and you don't even need the Sheikah or the Yiga armor to do it. Or meals. Especially when you're down in the depths and you have to deal with all those, like, those groups of monsters that are mining in, like, those pods. That's when it really comes in clutch. Especially when you're dealing with a bunch of silver enemies. Alright. Oh yeah, you're definitely right on that. Yeah, it's interesting kind of like seeing how people do things and also like the order they do everything, because like there's several playthroughs I've seen where like, oh, this person got this item like super early on and I didn't even know this existed. To be fair, I kind of went out of order in a decent amount of ways. Like, I know most people, like, they're kind of pointing in the direction of, oh, go talk to the Rito first. I purposely did it last almost out of spite after a while, and I went to the Gerudo first. Which, of course, like, I didn't get Tulin's ability until later, but I'm like, nah, it's nice that I have it now. And then another thing is the, in terms of the first time I went down to the depths, it was actually here, because I know most people when they went down to the depths, it was kind of like one of the first areas you could go to, which is like this location. And I didn't hit that one up until way later. And as the beauty of this and Breath of the Wild is like you can do pretty much almost anything in any order you want. Oh yeah, those are good as well. Alright, that broke. Almost forgot how much health some of these guys have. Sweet. Yeah, I feel like one of the greatest challenges of this game is like, oh yes, that task you want to do, here's like 50 other things you could do instead. All right next to your task. Good luck trying to stay focused. I mean, that alone, I think, is why people can easily sink in hundreds of hours into this game. Oh yeah, I could definitely see that. Yeah, because I am definitely a person who loves puzzles, and especially with gaming. So it's like, yeah, it's like, I know there's some games it's like, oh, but I like the challenge because I really like puzzles. But if people do not like puzzles, I'm like, oh yeah, you're gonna hate this. Because I know I have like a couple of friends who are just do not like puzzle games. I'm like, oh yeah, even though I enjoy this, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't. Especially when the puzzles are difficult. Alright, where am I? Okay, up the cliff. Okay, so I'm trying to go back that direction. Well, of course, for me, too, with this game, kind of like, once I beat the game, my first order of business was to get all the shrines and all the light roots so that I could teleport everywhere. Because then that just kind of makes everything less of a pain in the butt. Okay, just those puzzles specifically, gotcha. Yeah, because I definitely know there are different types of puzzle games. Alright. See if I can find this sucker. think that might be where it's located, but I'll check. No, that's just a pole. Oh, wow. Like, that's insane. Like, I know, kind of a pastime of my family's is that we kind of, like, yeah, spend, like, probably the span of, like, a week or so, depending on the complexity, doing, like, 1,000 pieces. I think the biggest one we've ever attempted was, like, 2,000, so I can't even imagine a 10,000. That's mainly just because I don't think we would have the table space to hold a puzzle that big, not even counting how long it would take to do it. I mean, the fact that you completed a 10,000 piece is nuts. Yeah, especially by yourself. Wow. I mean, the fact that you pushed through and finished it. Wow, that's nuts. Oh yeah, that would do it. Yeah, because I know the complexity also depends on the design. Like, some it's like, oh yeah, you could just base it based on, like, these certain things, but if you get a lot of areas that are, like, similar colors, or the ones where it's, like, repeating patterns for the entire one, like, I did a bacon puzzle where it was just bacon. That was probably one of the hardest ones I'd ever attempted, because everything looks the same. Where the heck is this well at? Oh, that is definitely misleading. It's actually over here. Definitely gotta make sure I zoom in on the map whenever I do these, because, like, when I zoomed out it looked like it was over there, but it's actually over here. Well, in theory. Oh, yep, here it is. Cool. Back to cold. Okay, so I think I'm out of cold meals. Alright, so off to wearing the cold gear. Dranox Pass well. Wow. Alright. Well, and of course, whenever I find wells that kind of lead to caves, I kind of want to take my time with those, because definitely trying to make sure I also go to all the caves and get all the gems from the booble frogs, because I also need to do that for completion. I've gotten all the things I can get from the dude who gives you stuff, but there's still just a matter of, oh, get all the gems. Yeah, like this one ended up just being a pretty straightforward mini cave. This bitter cold's making my eyes glaze over. I fear my time's almost up. Faced with a frigid onslaught, I wolfed down some sautéed peppers to ward off the cold and down them with a drink. But suddenly a chill came over me. Strange, I thought. I'm fairly certain sautéed peppers are cold resistant. Then I looked at the bottle I had, a cooling elixir. I just taken a swig of a heat-resistant beverage. Seems that if you eat a second dish while the effects of the first dish is active, the original effect is lost. Failure is the amuse-bouche of learning, and I, Chef Henri Temeau, have eaten my share. My journey to culinary mastery continues. Alright, 1 down, 29 to go. I know a few of these are going to be the ones by the stables, because I kind of figure out after a while that, like, pretty much all the time odds are there's going to be a well next to a stable. This is when I was actually starting to actively look. Plus, I know at some point I gotta go hit up that boss bokoblin to start getting the horns. Oh, nice. Alright. So the well is apparently over here somewhere. Oh yeah, I could see that. Alright. For a second I thought that well was going to be underneath like a mini cave right here, but no, just a rock. Alright, let's go back to... Actually, let me go ahead and fuse this since that got, its fused weapon got destroyed. Where are the wells indeed? Oh yeah, I forgot the feathered edges. I don't know if it's also like this in Breath of the Wild, but at least in this game, the feathered edges actually let off gusts. I think it's the first one I got in game, and I noticed that when I got it. It's been in my inventory for a little bit. Alright, let's see. Kind of on the... Well, I guess to be fair, where is it specifically on this map? Oh, that's way better. It doesn't look as awkward looking. Okay. Alright, thanks for tuning in. Have a good night. Alright. Yeah, because the map I was looking at was like... It was like very pixely, and then I clicked on the actual version. I'm like, oh, this is way better. Okay, so it's kind of in between the two cliff formations. Well, actually, this might be closer to the stable. There it is, cool. Tabantha Bridge Stable Well with some spicy peppers. Alright, here's the cave offshoot. Yep, and it looks like it keeps going further inside. Oh yeah, it keeps going decently inside. Oh, I see what we got here. We got some muck. Okay, it looks like I got the Master Sword back. Yeah, I definitely got to reattach this. That was really just to grab that. Okay. Got a double board, then a little bit further, and we got a bridge. Okay, and then what was I gonna do? Yeah, I guess nothing in particular. Okay, it looks like it keeps going this direction. And we got a chest. With 50 rupees, nice. Yeah, and that's just an end, so I don't think this one is a booble frog. So that'll be that then. Back above ground. Oh shoot, lightning's going on. Not that I'm gonna be here much longer, but still. Okay, so that one's done, so I'll do this one next. There we go. Okay, then I gotta put on a second layer. Oh, and then another thing I gotta grab at some point is all the underground treasures with all the equipment. So I also gotta go on a treasure hunt at some point to go get those. Tabantha Village Ruins. Okay, so apparently it's in this general vicinity. Chest here. Royal Broadsword. Alright, there's the well. Well, look what we have here. Tabantha Village Ruins Well. And then, yeah, that one I just gotta break through some ice, and we're golden. Okay, that's just a divot in the ground. And there's two ways we can get down. Looks like they lead to different locations. Then what's gonna come in clutch here is the Ruby Rod. Looks like they're gonna awaken some enemies. Yeah, I gotta wait for that to reset. There's a chest. Another 50. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna find a decent amount of money just by going through all the wells. Die. I'll have to go ahead and eat some of these meals just to free up my inventory a little bit. Okay, so that's that half. That looks like a dead end, so let's go ahead and ascend. No. No, bad. Yeah, I can just go ahead and just go in immediately afterwards. Just gotta find my way back to the well, which now it's on the map, so that makes that easier. Alright, so then there was this half. Alright, then we got some ore deposits. That looks like that's about it, so on to the next one. Yeah, and then the shrine that I'm about to warp to, I think that one ended up being pretty clever, as you basically had to get to it from a well and then where the actual shrine ended up being underground was like decently far away from where you were trying to go. Now, like this one, I didn't really activate any or hardly any bright bloom seeds, so I'm gonna go ahead and light this area up. I think I actually hardly explored this whole cave because I think I was just trying to beeline it for the shrine. Yeah, apparently the... Oh, never mind, that's where it dead ends. I'm not sure if I got the Booble gem in this one, so I'm gonna go double check before I go for the well. Oh yeah, there's a whole water portion. Yeah, I need a lot of bright bloom seeds in this cave, jeez. Should still have this weapon, unless it broke. Yep, here it is. Slower than... Oh, right, I could just totally have... Yeah, I was like, I could totally just have Tulin exude a gust. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for it. So yeah, I'm pretty much just heading back towards the well. Looks like a dead end. Yeah, and I hear a Horiblin somewhere. TNG! Alright, so that broke. So I guess for the sake of exploration, I'll just use a weaker bow. I mean, there's a possibility I already got the Booble Frog, I just don't definitively know that. So yeah, that's basically where you enter from the well. That's how massive this cave is. let's see what this one has to drop. 55 shield. That should be pretty well lit now. Alright, time to go find that well. Alright, so we're heading towards the green point. Suppose I can switch back to my regular clothes now. Alright. There it is. Plus, I know I'm also in the territory of that boss with goblins, so I might go hit that up once I'm done grabbing this well. The Urk Plain Well. Oh, this is a Horriblin den. Oh gosh. Back to Strongbow. Yeah, it's kind of a bad spot. Oh, yep, we're gonna be fighting a decent amount of Horriblins in here. Okay, that one's dead. Boo! Just find it funny when like the whole mechanic of like the caves, like, oh yeah, of course they had to add cave goblins, because why would they do anything else? Alright, and they're all dead. Okay, so that got destroyed. Yeah, because I swear these Horriblins always have raw meat lying around. Okay, so there's the chest. Plus there's the bigger part of the treasure hoard up there. Okay, there's the chest. A 13 attack. Yep, definitely getting rid of this one. Okay, so I'm trying to get higher up from what I remember. Yep, trying to go over there, which I can just climb, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. There's not dew dripping off the cave, so this should be easy to scale. Okay, and then let's get another chest with a bomb barrel. Ooh. Use that wisely. Alright, and back to the surface. I guess do I have a warp point that's... Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and travel from that, that tower base. Actually, before I continue, I'm going to try to build something that I saw another person do, and it seemed like it was pretty slick in terms of traversing places. So I need 2 fans and a steering stick. Make sure I don't lose this sucker. Alright, so basically you have to take the 2 fans and put them like vertically this way. Oop. Don't attach that on accident. And then you basically have to take the steering stick and then tilt it like that. Oop, that didn't attach. Yeah, because by the time you go forward, it actually propels you forward. So whenever I get the chance, I definitely want to save this in my auto build. Alright, so... Yep, there's the boss bokoblin. Tandy! Okay, let's go ahead and switch to a stronger weapon. Thanks, team! Grab all the raw meat. Oh, got a strong boy. Oh, shoot. Grab my stuff. Okay, so I definitely want to save, or I want to favorite this. So I'll probably unfavorite this one. Nope. And then I'll go ahead and replace it with... Yeah, because basically I got that, I got the Addison build, a bigger platform for Koroks, kind of a land vehicle, sky glider, a balloon apparatus, rocket platform, and then I guess I got one more slot for some. Oh, might as well set the hovercraft as a favorite too. I think that should cover all my bases under normal circumstances. Alright, so I got another boss bokoblin horn. Awesome. Alright, how many do I have currently? Okay, so I need one more to get the upgrade. Make that. Cool. Well, might as well just continue to use this build while I have it. Although I will go ahead and rotate this sucker. Of course, I gotta get off the ground. Yeah, because I know part of it is you have to basically rotate it at just the right angle to get off the ground, otherwise you basically fall back to Earth almost immediately. Alright, so we're going to the purple marker. Oh, Korok challenge. Actually, I'm curious how much Zonite this costs to make. Yeah, 9 Zonite, pretty cheap. Alright, might as well do this Korok challenge while I'm here. Yeah, because essentially there's 800 regular Korok challenges and then 100 of these, which give you 2 apiece. And then one thing I'm curious about, while I got the apparatus, because otherwise I can just bring it over there. I feel like the weight distribution might be a bit questionable, but let's find out together. Alright. Of course, the caveat is I pretty much have to attach this Korok, like, right in the middle. I'll put it right in the front. Alright, let's see if the sucker works. Yeah, I was like, the weight distribution might be a bit questionable. Now the question is, can Link still drive this thing? I might just have to carry this. Yeah, I might have to get to the point where I'm at, like, the top of the clearing. Okay, let's try this. Gosh darn it. I'm stuck in the dialogue loop. Yeah, I might have to put this Korok on the other blade, or the other fan. No, it just doesn't like that for some reason. Yeah, I might just have to cut my losses. Alright. Either that or I just drag it with me. We're carrying it. Come back to the purple point later. Be a decent journey, but we'll make it. Beep, 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 beep. Don't worry, my leafy friend, we will get there. Eventually. Actually, what's closer at that point? Yeah, probably still the purple point. Make sure I don't get entangled with the monsters while I'm busy carrying this Korok around. Alright. Master Sword time. Alright, so I think it's still in this general vicinity, so just keep walking. Oh shoot, now we got the Yiga on our tail. I don't care. Kindly go screw off. I'm helping this Korok. Okay, fine. Okay, where did that piece of crap go? Alright, good job, team. We got him to piss off. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. You got the Yiga clan member to piss off. Okay. We're almost there. Say, I gotta do this at some point anyway, so might as well just do it now. Alright, and boop. Yeah. Alright, and then, yep, we still got the apparatus. And we're off to the races. Yeah, so it just did not like the weight in distribution that was caused by the Korok being on there. Off to the purple point. Probably making sure I'm not going over the water. Ooh, another boss bokoblin. Royal Ancient Lab Ruins. Alright, we're docking off. Make sure I mark this on the map. Alright, so now I got 2 points where I can farm for these suckers. Ooh, plus some fire fruit. Good job, Ninaru. Okay, so yeah, this is just the well that's next to this stable. there it is. Incoming. Ooh, side quest. What are you up to? Oh, well, since you asked. After a long, tireless search, I found a wagon to call my own. Look at this beaut. Okay, yes, clearly it's a fixer-upper. But I can replace the missing wheels using building materials from the stable. Then I just have to catch a wild horse to hook the wagon up to, and I'll be set. Fine, don't offer to help. It's not that it would pay you back. Yeah, it's like any side quest that I can initiate are good, because there's still like 40 or 50 of them that aren't accounted for. Alright, into the new serene stable well. Guessing Inobo, Buddy, Chum Pal. Do me a solid, eh? Wonder if I didn't activate him. Alright. Yeah, because now I can sneak underneath the grate. Alright, then we got a chest with another 50 rupees. Okay, and then off to the light blue points. Once I get the flying apparatus going. There's Zelda. Alright, off we go. Traversing Hyrule in style. I know I could easily just warp, but I'm like, damn, where's the fun in that? Just gotta make sure I get to somewhere that's above the water at some point. Well, plus I know it's only gonna last for so long because the battery's finite. Given it recharges pretty quickly, but still. Ooh, a Hinox. Well, that'll kill some time until I gotta go take this until the battery recharges. Oh shoot! This could be very bad. And dead. Okay, so then... One of the parts only lasts so long, so you have to keep rebuilding it after a while. Now we're about halfway there. Actually, I'm just going to go higher so I have a vantage point to use the glider when this thing inevitably runs out of battery. Actually, I'm going to try to see if I can keep this thing going. Alright, so apparently the well's around here somewhere. Yep, side quest. Almost figured it out. Just a bit more brainstorming and, you got this, Dak? The treasure's as good as ours. Hang on a second, Brisson. Hey, you, we're having a private conversation here. How long have you been there? So you used that rain to sneak up on us, didn't you? We found that chest first. It's ours. I mean, it's in a bottomless bog, a certain doom with no place to put your feet, so you probably can't get to it anyways. But any hidden treasure that may be certainly, definitely in there is ours. Prison cut it out. Sorry, Dak, I just slipped out. Yeesh, I need to think about how to get that treasure, so do your job and keep watch, got it? As you can see, we're working here, so buzz off. The treasure hunters. Alright, so apparently there's a well around here somewhere. Actually, no, peppers. Oh, there's the well, cool. Easy enough. Raru Settlement Ruins. Alright, so that's that. Okay, so that's that. 6, so 5th of them down. Okay, so let's see where to go next. Okay, apparently there's one I didn't get near Castletown. Apparently there's 2 wells located over here. Yeah, and there's like 3 wells in this area. Alright, so there's our 6. Alright, on to the next 6. So off to, yep, I gotta make sure I don't veer off course. Alright, cool. So yeah, first we're heading to the red point. Alright, so it should be around here somewhere. Alright, go to dock off. Hyrule Cathedral. Blue Rupee. And there's the well. Hyrule Castle Town Ruins Well. Got some Periblins down here. A 7 damage weapon. Yeah, I'll pass. That one's done. Then there was one over here, so I'll go mark that down. Yeah, there's a chance that one might have despawned. Yeah, I think it despawned. Oh, well, what do you do? Castletown Watchtower. This is kind of so weird to be in this area and have there being like a lack of guardians. Because this area used to be swarming with them. Alright, so since we lost the apparatus, let's go ahead and just warp over here and they'll be able to get next to 2 of the wells. Alright, here's one of them. Mount Gustav Well. Wait, did that... Oh yeah, it kind of is like still kind of partially underground in terms of how it's constructed. No! Give me back my friend, you piece of crap. Oh, there's 2 of them. Rock salt and an opal. Okay, that's that well. Alright, then off to the yellow point. As soon as I destroy this treasure chest. Ooh, that's a good find. Yeah, I'm gonna go and just use this up. Alright, there's the other well. And a Hinox. Yeah, screw it, I'll go fight the Hinox first. Karok Bridge Well. Karok Bridge. Yeah, no, it's like that moment where you just kind of kill it before you even really get to do anything. Alright, done. Excuse me. Because I know the weapons are weaker, but it's nice to just get to the Hinoxes because they have the stronger bows, which luckily don't get weakened by the effects of the upheaval. Ooh, some pumpkins. well proved more comfortable than I expected. Not too hot, not too cold. Cozy, really, for a well. I had no need for heat-resistant chili ingredients or cold-resistant warm ones. I cooked for pleasure instead of survival. For a time, I considered tilling the soil in here, living off the land until the end of my days. But times have changed. The upheaval formed a myriad of new caves. Consider my curiosity piqued. Unexplored lands are a veritable buffet of cooking materials, and I, Ari Tamu, intend to dig in. If you seek fortune, keep moving. Alright, so that one's done. So then there's the... just going to refer to it as the quadfecta of wells over here. Off to the green points. Oh yeah, and the Sage's Wells are another thing I gotta get to from the Sky Island, so that's also part of completion. Jeez. Ooh, some more fire fruits. I'll always take more of those. Okay, there should be a well around here. Here we go. Moor Garrison Ruins. And the well. Ooh, wow. Wait, that's it? I thought there was honestly gonna be more. Ended up being pretty short. Oh, that... okay, so there's multiple layers to it, is the fact that now we're on an upper section. Just so I know exactly where to use Ascend. No, but it has to be off to that direction somewhere. The plot thickens. Nope, I still gotta get closer. Nope. Problem is, I don't know if I can get closer. Oh. Easy enough. Yeah, it's like I did not see another way in there. A royal shield. There's a Korok seed. Nice. Yeah. Okay, then go to the purple point next. There's a boss bokoblin nearby. switch over to the Thunder Helm. South Island Well. Oh, looks like there's a Stoblin, or a Snellnox that's stuck in here. Alright, that one's done. Alright, let's go off to the red point next. Alright, so that cleared. there's another one. The Laneru Wetlands Well. Did you know if you put your ear to a well, you can hear the wailing of the dead? Or so they say, anyway. I've heard. Wow, heroes really do know a little bit about everything. And guess what? You'll be joining those wailing dead very soon. Join Master Koga in defeat. Taste my master sword. Alright. Then we'll head over to the light blue pin. And on to the next set. Wow. Time for recall. Yep, there's the well. The Kaponga Village ruins. And their well. Today I fell off a cliff. Note to self, climbing on a rainy day remains a bad idea. How are sticky frogs able to walk so effortlessly across such slick surfaces when I just slip and fall? If I combine sticky frogs and monster materials, could I brew an elixir that lets me climb wet cliffs without slipping? A beverage like that might make for a perfect rainy day aperitif. My search for fine food continues. Alright, so that one's done. On to the third set. Okay, so there's one over here apparently. And there's one on... Okay, I found those 3 wells. Okay, there's one in this vicinity. There's one over there. I found that one. There's one over here. Okay, I didn't do the one next to this stable yet. let's see if I got all the Hateno ones, because it looks like there's 5 in total. Looks like I might have missed one of the Hateno wells. Then let's see. There's the Lurelin well. I found that stable well. Alright, there's 2 wells down here. Okay, there's that one, and then there's one that's apparently closer to the stable. Alright, so that's my next set. Actually, no, just because I grabbed one earlier, I'll delete this just so I don't lose track of how many stables I've found. I think for now, I'll just go to market with that. Alright, off to the red marker. Alright, there's the well. The Rakoka Hills well. And a side quest. Huh? Are you a customer? Welcome to Mosa's Hideaway Restaurant, home of the ultimate dish. Truth is, we haven't officially opened. You must have a good nose. I mean, you couldn't just stay away from these tempting aromas, right? Smells, delicious. Doesn't it? Any customer with such a discerning sniffer is welcome here. Right, Mosa performed a miracle. After years of culinary experimentation, our one failed dish after another, I mastered the ultimate dish. I will let you in on my ultimate technique. Take a failed dish, pound it into shape, cook it again, and take it to the next level. Sorry, I got a little carried away. So you ready to turn your failed food into the ultimate dish? If you give me failed dishes, I can work my magic. Yeah, haven't you tried throwing things that aren't food in your cooking pot? When you do, you'll often end up with a failed dish. They can fail in different ways. There's dubious food and rock-hard food. Dubious, they say. Rock-hard, they call it. Just 'cause you throw in some more monster bits. What terrible things, don't you think? Haven't they ever heard them saying nothing ventured, nothing gained? Sorry, I was thinking about life before becoming a master chef. Bring me your failed dishes when you're ready to turn them into something amazing. The ultimate dish? That's pretty handy. Alright, so we'll come back. Well, I gotta make a failed dish first. Alright. Yeah, that's a good part about these wells, too, is just there might be side quests down there as well. Alright, so out of the 5 in Hateno, there's one that I apparently missed. Oh, it's literally right here. Cool. Hateno Village Southwell. Gotta love when it's easy. Don't tell the Hateno residents about the Horriblins down here. My gosh. That one's dead. .26, which means it sucks. Alright, now I explored the rest of this cave. That was the other entrance. Okay, so then, yeah, that one I'll save for later. Alright, that one is next. There's a Korok seed. Yeah, I definitely want to grab the spear because I'm going to need it. Oh, some arrows, nice. There's the well. Yeah. It's a Val Woods well. All my life I've lived for food, and food has lived for me. I always thought anything was edible with prep and effort. Until now. This strange mechanical horn-like thing someone gave me on the road was definitely inedible. If it were from a monster, I could cook or boil it, make it into a medicine, find some way to get it into my stomach. So what creature is this from? I was told it fell from the sky during the upheaval, but what does that mean? Perhaps I try to eat something beyond our understanding. The wonders truly never cease. So I guess while I have access to a cooking pot, let's go to make some dubious food. Alright, and we got that with the side quest. Okay, that one's done, so then we got the ones over here. There it is. Shadow Hamlet Ruins. Looks like I'm gonna be going into the fire here. Oh, shoot. There we go. Ruby. Alright, then this one we can just go straight to the stable. Alright, there's the well. Alright, Yunobo, you're up. There's a statue down here, interesting. You have vitality and vigor in abundance. Alright, so then the next one was over here. That's a pretty massive cave, jeez. Okay, that's how you know, because there's a booble frog. Ooh, another ancient arrowhead. Sweet. Okay, so that's that one. So let's go ahead and get up above ground. So apparently there's like 7 in this cluster. Okay, so there's one here. One here. There's one like over here-ish. Okay, so that's already 3, so go to mark 2 down just to get the cluster consistent. Okay, so there's that one. Then I didn't get the one by this stable yet. And then there's this one. Alright, so that'll be the next cluster, because including that, that's 6. Yeah, I was like, this is a decent sized side quest. It's like, just to get like half of them, it's probably going to be 3 to 4 hours. Then there's definitely a couple of side quests I can do after this. There's that well. Gaia Village Ruins well. Ooh, this is a big cave. I'm guessing I'm right underneath another well. Minoru, jeez. North well. Pretty sure I fought this stone talus already. Oh no, this is actually a new fight. Well, I really must have been beelining it at the shrine in that case. Whew. Okay, one more hit should do it. And down. Okay, Master Sword's gonna be 5 minutes still. Okay, so those are done, so then I'll go ahead and go back to the shrine. Yeah. Lost track of where the well was. There it is. The Hills of Bemir Well. Alright, Yunobo, you're up. Oh, I see. It filled up the water level. Ruby. Alright, that one's done. Okie dokie, so then we got these two. Then once I'm done with these two, I'm just gonna go talk to that lady at Lookout Landing just to keep track of where I'm at. There's that well. The Riverside Stable Well. Yeah, it's a little too high. Throwing spear. Okay, then go to the purple point. Alright, it's no use. What should I do? I need to sort this out, and fast or I'm gonna be in big trouble. What's wrong? Forgive me. Oh, I mistook you for someone else. Maybe don't sneak up on a guy who's clearly having a bad day. I was sure you were someone else from the stable. You're the guy who saved us after that mishap with the monster parts, right? Whew, talk about a bad meal. Say, being as you're such a helpful sort, maybe you can help me out of a bind I'm in right now? There used to be 6 cuckoos here, you see. And I was hungry, and I figured where there are cuckoos, there are eggs. When I got close, all except one flew away. Now it looks like I stole them. Do you know what happens to cuckoo thieves around here? Well, neither do I, but probably nothing good. I know what you're thinking. How far could they go with those little wings? They must be nearby. And you'd be right about that. But as soon as I get close, they scram. I really need to get the other 5 cuckoos back inside the fence before someone from the stable finds out. Feathered fugitives. Yeah, so let's see, 70, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that would bring the total up to 79, so that means there's still 60 more side quests that haven't been initiated. And I think there's still like 1 or 2 side adventures too. Because again, there is a crap ton of side quests. Alright, off to the purple point. As soon as I heal up a little bit. Alright, the well must be around here somewhere. Okay, there it is. The bottomless pond well. A Lizzle boomerang. Alright, so then I'm gonna go talk to the well lady and see how many we've got left. Alright, so there's 6 remaining. Yeah, I just forgot if there was 6 or 12 because I was going through so many. Alright, so this will be the last leg of finding wells, so let's see where they're located. Well, there's 3 for sure haven't discovered. So that's half of them already. Yeah, I didn't do that stable either, and then there's one over on this fork. Alright, so let's start with those. And after that, 3 remain. Yeah, plus I wanted the money from getting all those wells too, so I was like, yeah, I might as well just get them payout first. Might as well get this one first because I'm higher up. There's the well. Outskirt Hill Well. Ooh, a bunch of fire fruits. Wow. Keep this in mind for the future. A bunch of them. And a culinary journal. Is the desert a harsh environment with extreme temperature differences? Sure, but a place of death? No. The desert's a place where light truly comes alive. A sandy sea of energy can draw out all your power. After all, it was under the hot desert sun where I first dined on a dish made with fire fruit. I felt my strength light up like a flambe. Monsters I struggled against before fell on me like flies. I never felt such joy, such strength. Then the desert heat overwhelmed me and I collapsed in a heap. The moral is, although fire fruit increases your strength, it doesn't offer any protection from the heat. Power and protection. Such a fine pairing that it's hard to choose one to give up. A man who eats his way through Hyrule's harshest environments. Alright, there's a blue boss bokoblin, which I don't know if I have a picture of. It's like, Link, that's not the camera. Okay, yeah, I do. Alright, so I'm heading to the blue location next. There's the well. Alright, so that one, I'll just go ahead and go from the tower. And then once I get that one, 3 remain. Alright, Korok challenge. Yeah! Hey, you there. I don't recognize your face. Come here. There's been some abnormal weather beyond this point. Blazing heat during the day, freezing cold at night. It's dangerous to be in the area, so take some precautions to prepare yourself. To that end, I'm going to ask you a few questions to make sure you can handle yourself. If you aren't able to answer my questions, I will not let you pass. How can you best warm up when it's cold? By the way, dousing yourself in water would also be a good way to cool off in the blazing heat. Keep that in mind. Where in Gerudo Canyon could you go to avoid being affected by the extreme temperatures day or night? Oh, nice. Hey Joe, welcome in. Just searching for the remaining wells. I have 3 left. Actually 4 left because I'm currently searching for one that I had marked on the map. Before I started, I had about half of them found naturally, so the other half I've been using a guide. And even then, it's like a 3 to 3.5 hour process. For completion! Alright, where the heck was this at? Alright. Yeah, and I've definitely found the wells have varied a lot in terms of what's down there. Sometimes it's like, well, here's some water and that's it. And some lead to like a full-on cave where there's even booble frogs down there. It's kind of nuts. Alright. I think I found all the ones that lead straight to the depths. Because those at least were somewhat visible on the map, but who knows. We'll see what the final 3 end up being like. Boop. Oh, there's a cave. Mount Naburu South Cave. Wow, the whole playthrough and I only found one now. Oh, we got some rock monsters. Well, actually, I should just be able to take these on now. Alright, Yunobo, you're up. There's another cave. Starly Plateau Cave. lizards, big lizards! Oh, you're strong. You might think I'm a hopeless coward, then you wouldn't be entirely wrong, but I'm also a bodyguard. I was traveling with my friends, but we got separated. Then I saw those monsters and I completely froze up. Don't tell anyone, okay? I'd better get going. My friends will surely feel safer with a fearless bodyguard by their side. See ya. Alright, that's a dead end. Lower Spectacle Rock Cave. Alright, there's a booble frog. Yeah, this well I might actually have to look up where to even find it. Of course, it's like one of the higher level numbered ones, so it's like I gotta scroll down to the bottom of the page. Oh. It is there specifically. Mount Naburu Well. Oh yeah, I forgot at some point I gotta make sure I get the luminous stone armor, which is gonna collectively be 2,400 rupees because each piece is 800. Alright, 3 remain. Alright, let's see where they end up being at. Okay, so there. Definitely found that one. And there's one by the bazaar, apparently. Okay, so there's one. And finding the other two is going to be a bit more troubleshooting. Okay, I think there's one here. Alright, and then finding this one is going to probably require even more troubleshooting. Okay, then there's one in the ranch ruins. Okay. That should be all three of them. Young man, please, have you seen a fellow with a scruffy beard around here? Sorry, that was rather abrupt. But it's our friend Ponthos. He's gone missing. When Kara Bazaar was attacked by monsters, we ran away together, taking shelter at the local inn. When I finally had my wits about me, I realized Ponthos had disappeared. Between the storming sands and the rush of people, everything was a chaotic blur. I could barely see a thing. But I think I caught a glimpse of Pothos running out towards the west entrance. We're lost in the desert. Our squad's rule is to wait for a rescue in a place that stands out like near a tall building. But with all the sinkholes in this desert, it's easy to get tripped up, and I'd rather not find out what would happen if I fell into one. Alright, there's that well. Kara Bazaar well. Which leads to Oasis Source. Alright, there's the booble frog. A person? Where did you come from? I thought I'd searched everywhere, but I couldn't find a way out of this place. You made your own path? You're amazing, my guy. Sorry for shouting. The name is Pontos. I'm a member of the caravan squad, or at least I was. When the oasis we were guarding was attacked by monsters, I ditched my pals and ran straight into a sinkhole. Thank you so much. Better hurry back. Sure, my friends are worried sick. Oh, but I still want to give you a proper reward. Drop by Karakara Bazaar when you get a chance. I know they said he might be in a sinkhole, so that confirms it. Alright, so then that's a dead end. So yeah, that's the sinkhole he fell under. Or down in. Alright, where am I going? That was close. The others heard me. They definitely chewed me out for using slang on duty. Sorry for fighting alongside us. Oh, I mean Sarsquo. With the sound shroud cleared away, supplies can reach the town again. Help yourself to bow and arrows. A mentor already trusts me with what feels like an impossible task. I can stylishly decorate a weapon, but I just don't know how to approach this request. She told me to make it sparkle, and it must radiate burning passion, but I don't know what she's talking about. And to top it all off, she's got an allergy to monsters, so that means monster parts won't do. If I had a weapon I could use as a reference word to start, that would help a lot. Decorate with passion. Where do those guys end up? Okay, they're on the other side of the bazaar. This young man saved your life. Y'all owe him for that. Though no matter how many times I hear it, I still can't believe anyone survived falling into a sinkhole. As the leader of a caravan squad, allow me to thank you for bringing Pontos back to us. And as a reward... How about this ore, my guy? There's a weird pattern on it, it's probably rare, right? Whatever it is, you know it's cool. Trust me, I'm a merchant. I got an eye for things like this. I know someone in Gerudo Town's on the lookout for stuff like this, so I was gonna see if they would could appraise it. But I'll let you have it, my guy. It's the rarest thing I've got, and it's all yours. Take good care of it for me. I should probably start marking where these things are on the map, just in case this ends up being part of a side quest. Okay, so the jelly is part of the compendium. Alright, so I took pictures of the other types already. Okay, so that one's done, so then pretty much do these two in order. Yeah, and then once I'm done with the well side quest, then I get a decent amount of side quests queued up that I can work on. Actually, I'm just gonna take the horse. Mabe Village ruins. Apparently there's a boss bokoblin around here. Alright, marking that on the map. Yeah, I was like, this is a bad camera angle. Ancient Ruins Cave. Oh, I see it. Oh no. Oh no, it does go out both ends. Oh, there's the booble frog. Alright, I think I found that well, so let's go ahead and head off to the blue marker. And that should be the last well. Yeah, I gotta go this way a bit. Alright, there's another Addison challenge. Alright, sweet. Alright, 20 rupees, veggie rice balls, and a sleepover ticket. Alright, that well should be around here somewhere. Maybe down Bridge Well. Yep, there's a fire coming out from underneath. Oh my gosh, already! I waited a long time for someone to rescue me. It's my own darn fault I'm here, though. Dropped something down the well and climbed in after it. I even had a ladder, but yeah, it broke when I tried to climb it. Then on top of that, my best buddy I go everywhere with should have noticed. But, he didn't. He kept right on going. Come on, man, really? Sorry, not your fault. Can't tell you how happy I am you came down here. But what now? The ladder's wrecked. I mean, the broken part's still here, so we technically could fix it if the dang ladder weren't too out of reach. Wait, it's fixed? Did you do that? You're incredible. Now let's get out of here already. Man, you saved me. I thought I'd be stuck in that well for the rest of my life. Seriously, I really owe you. So here, take this. Gotta catch up to my buddy Yor and head to Foothill Stable so we can apply for the Zone I survey team. See you around. Thanks again. And hey, don't go falling into any wells, okay? Fell into a well. And then here's a cave. Ravenay Bridge Cave. Yeah, it's like there's probably some... So take out the weaklings first. Ooh, we got a unit of diamond. There's the booble frog. Okay, good, it fell down here. Okay, so then that should be done, so let's go talk to Well Lady and wrap up the side quest. With that, you've told me the locations of all 58 wells in Hyrule. This is something I made when my love for wells was really brimming over. Take this as a gift from me. All's well. To thank you for finding the locations of all the wells in Hyrule, Pharaoh awarded you this beautiful model of a well encased in a glass sphere. Truly thank you. Now my dream of seeing all these wells feels me so much closer to reality. I hope to set off on a journey to visit them all. So yeah, it's really just a trophy to be like, you found all the wells. Same thing with finding all the light roots. Basically just the physical proof that, yeah, you found all of them. Alright, so then... time for side quests. Alright, let's start by doing this one since I got the... dubious food prepped. But yeah, with that, I found all the wells. Sweet. But yeah, I'm definitely glad I dedicated an entire session to it because that took about 3.5 hours to find them with knowing the locations. Nope, there's another Addison side quest I can do. Oh, that one's pretty high off the ground. Actually, I'm gonna have to detach this. And... why am I dragging it down is the problem. Alright, got it to work. Sweet. Got 20 rupees, sticky mushroom rice balls, and a bomb flower. Here's a bad one. Alright, let me see this culinary disaster. What happened here? What do you have to do to make such a thing? What do those ingredients do to deserve this? Sorry about that. This is such a spectacular canvas that I couldn't help myself. Anyhow, it's dangerous to leave this be. I'll cook it, pound it, and make it ultimate. It's your first time, so you get a discount. It's called 5 rupees. Thanks for the business. Let's get to work. Crack the heat. Chop it, pound it, steam it, throw it into high-roll baths, boil it, cook it, add that raw meat. Next, a pinch of the secret extract, and done. Prepare to be amazed. Whew, that was tough. Now the ultimate dish. Behold. Oh, she can make monster stew out of it. Nice. Eat it up before it gets cold. With this extract, I'm unstoppable. It was totally worth the trip to that town in the northeast. Alright, so that one's done. Porgy, Hylian rice, and Goron spice. I've got Porgy. So yeah, I gotta go buy Goron spice. Alright, so let's go ahead and make something. Actually, I'm just gonna head to Lurelin. Tough seafood curry. That intoxicating smell. Is that? Yep, seafood curry. Ah, the smell. This is the dish I've been dreaming of. You made it for me? Thank you so much. And now I eat. It's spicy flavor, balanced by a strong note of umami. It's just too delicious. Ah, so satisfying. At last I can start thinking of ways to draw in visitors. Let's see. Wait, oh no. Hot? The Goron spice is burning me up. I can't focus if my whole body's on fire. What do? I need a gust of wind to cool me down. Well, I gotta make one without, Tulin. Okay, because it has to be a sword. Ah, much better. Now I'm nice and cool. Wait a sec. I got an idea. A flag. We can make a flag as a symbol for the village. That'll help draw in visitors and liven up the community. Time to start working on the design. Okay, this here, that there, piece of cake. Satisfactory job, if I do say so myself. Thanks. Really, couldn't have dreamed of such a great idea without your help. I think I'll go liven up Lurelin Village with a new flag. Here, it's the fabric I use for the flag. Maybe you'll find some other use for it. If you go to Hitano Village's dye shop, they could probably help with that. Alright, just so I don't wear that out. Alright, next let's do that one. Where'd the chicken go? Haha, gotcha. Should be able to chuck this thing. Oh, there we go. Okay, I think I gotta make a bridge. Don't mind me, I'm just a chicken whisperer over here. Alright, that's 3. Oh shoot. Alright, so one's up there and one's elsewhere. Okay, there's the last one. What? The missing Kukos? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5? All 5 are here. Kuko search is coming along nicely, huh? You did it. It's almost embarrassing. After all your help with the meat and rice bowl incident, you saved my hide yet again. You're my hero. It's just, how do I put this? I really don't want anyone to know the you-know-what's went missing, so here. You might think of this as hush money, and yes, that's what it is. But the operative word there is money. You like money, don't you? So take it. Now let's both pretend like this never happened. Farewell. Alright, do that one next. Huh? It's fixed? It's fixed. Did you do this for me? Thank you so much. It's like a brand new wagon with wheels and everything. Now I'm only one step away from my dream of having a horse-drawn wagon. Of course, the last hurdle's the hardest, catching a wild horse. As soon as I get near a wild horse, it runs off. How am I gonna catch one? Got it. You catch this angel for me? Just what I pictured. Perfect for pulling my wagon. All yours. You mean that? You really part with such a wonderful horse? Thank you. Wow, who knew stuff like this really happened? So happy. Let's go ahead and put a harness on it. Harness is a piece of equipment that you can put on horses of your own. With a harness, you can connect your horse to a wagon or an item you need to take somewhere. If you collect enough pony points, you get one as a prize. So bear with me a moment. And we're all set. Can't believe it. A wagon of my own and a beautiful horse to pull it. I think I started with an old piece of junk and ended up with this. Amazing. Thank you so much. Here, it's all I have left after buying the wagon. I beg you, forcing you to take it, please. That's right, that's one last order of business. What's your name? Link? Sumi, Link, maybe Zuli or Lumi or Zunk. Call this wagon Zunk. Promise to look after Zunk for as long as I live. Feel free to come visit it, the two of us anytime. Alright, do that one next. I think it's another cave. Well, might as well go check it out. Yep, that's definitely a monster den cave. Raru Hillside Cave. There's the Booble Frog. Ooh. I'll have to hit her to go dye this. Yeah, so now I got 3 pairs of pants that are equally as strong. There's the glow pants, these pants, and then the regular Hylian trousers. So it's either would I rather have glow pants or slip resistant pants on. Now I have to switch back to boss bokoblins. Heh heh. You almost got it. Almost. Then we get the treasure chest if it... Huh? Hey, Prissy, where'd the treasure go? The treasure... Oh, the guy took it. Wait, weren't you keeping watch? I was keeping watch. The guy took it. I was watching him the whole time. You gotta tell me these things. Keeping watch means you gotta do more than just watch. Ah, well, can't get them all. No use crying about it. You know, you're pretty good. Almost as good as us at treasure hunting. You're a treasure hunter, too? You going after Misko's Preston, hush! Sorry, just ignore him. Misko's treasure? So much for the just ignore him, Gambit. There's no way you're also a treasure hunter that doesn't know about Misko's treasure, so we can tell you a little. Misko is one of the greatest bandits Hyrule ever saw, and not just a bandit. He's also a fashionista. Rumor has it Misko's renowned clothing collection is hidden somewhere in Hyrule. I think the clothing are hidden in the caves that appeared during the upheaval. Look around in the Elden region. You couldn't really explore back when Death Mountain was erupting. But after things cooled down, the place is all rocky and rugged. There's probably tons of secret caves perfect for hiding treasure. Prison, what are you doing? I definitely forget he said that. Alright, let's do this one next, and then the rest of them require champions' weapons, or making the champions' weapons, so those will have to wait. What about this? Alright, I gotta figure out what the heck this even means then. Alright, let's see. Oh, duh, radiate burning passion, because yeah, it said something about Ruby. Hold on, give me a moment to study this weapon. So if you attach a ruby like this, that's sparkle, and the weapon positively radiates with burning passion. Even I can make something like this, and it would certainly please my mentor. Sorry for showing me such an inspiring decoration. Inspiring. Please take this. The material I would recommend for decorating weapons. Normally I wouldn't recommend going out to the desert at this hour. There's usually quite a few monsters around. If you want to test the strength of a weapon you've added something to it, now's the perfect time. Alright. So yeah, as previously stated, I'm pretty sure the remaining side quests either involve making a champion's weapon or involve... Well, I mean, I'll double check if this one actually requires a champion's weapon. Alright. Because otherwise I could do this one. Alright. But yeah, the other three just straight up require making the champion weapons. Okay, so you basically have to go to the statue and take a photo when a full moon is out. But it can't be a blood moon. Okay, so yeah, I could do this right now then. But yeah, the other three active side quests involve making champions weapons, which is going to involve farming for a lot of diamond. Either just finding it naturally or spending 1,000 rupees a unit in Goron City. Plus, I know at some point I gotta find the Gerudo shield. Yep, so yeah, it definitely wouldn't be active right now because we're in the middle of a blood moon. Alright, let's go ahead and get some firewood going. And some flint. I know I'm gonna have to take out at least one more boss bokoblin for the hat. Alright, so we're just gonna be chilling until about midnight in-game. So meantime, I'm gonna go catch a fish. Yeah, I was like, so that's what, 40... Yeah, that's still 60 side quests after that, my gosh. Yeah, 60 regular side quests, and a dozen side adventures. I wonder if I go back to the Spirit Temple, if anything opened up. Alright, then, yep, looks like it took. Save just in the event I have to come back here. Take a look at this. This perfectly captures the vision of Princess Mifa that's been burning brightly in my mind's eye. Ah, such loveliness. I think I was able to set eyes on this vision that I was so sure I would never see again for all of my days. Link, I cannot thank you enough. As a token of my gratitude, please accept this Zora sword. Something I once used myself. Though it's now decayed, it has life in it yet. Please put good use to it. Feel so relieved. My mind's now at ease, as though the sun has at last pierced through the clouds of my mind. Though much time has passed and so much has changed, I am forever the loyal subject of our Zora royals, to King Sidon. Ah, my gills feel as clear as the day I was born. Cheers to a new era. May it shine brightly for years to come. Alright, so next I'm going to go ahead and drop off the 2 weapons I need for the champion's armor, just so I don't accidentally drop them or destroy them or what have you. Alright. Yep, I got just enough slots. Alright, so I got those queued up for the side quest. So I just gotta get a Gerudo Shield and a Cobble Crusher at some point. Well, for sure the Gerudo Shield. Alright, so I guess while I'm thinking about it, let me go ahead and take out a boss Bokoblin. North Hyrule Plain Cave. And there's the climbing gear. Cool. And I still gotta find the Booble Frog. Okay, there's the Booble Frog. Alright, I need to get more money first. Alright, that'll give me a couple thousand rupees to work with. Oh, I see. So it's not a guarantee you'll even get horns. So I guess I gotta go kill another one. Alright, so I gotta go kill another boss bokoblin. Alright. Okay, cool, I got a horn this time. Alright, so that gets the entire set at least at the level 2. Set bonus, charge attack, stamina up. So they did add a set bonus to this, nice. Alright. Guess with the time that I have remaining, let's see if I can find any treasures below ground. That's pretty much everything I had queued up. So it's kind of just about finding more stuff at this point. Let's see. Yeah, because I know there's treasure both above and below ground. Ooh, fight a Lyle. Okay, finally, that's removed. Alright, sweet. Oh, never mind, it's over here. Oh well. Daphne's Canyon Mine. there's the top, so now I have the entire miner set. Alright, I'll go for at least one more this session. Let's see. So apparently it's in this vicinity. I don't know if I did this Coliseum or not. Nope, I did not. Desert Coliseum. Okay, this one's a Horriblin Gauntlet. Sheik's mask. Gerudo Dark Skeleton. Yeah, that's what I thought I saw. at some other point. Walnut Canyon Mine. Definitely can stock up on Zonite. Ebon Canyon Mine. Ancient observation deck. Cap of the hero. Yeah, and that's like the downside about this model is that you need to have it good enough for a runway, otherwise you're not gonna make it. Please wait a moment. Trying to investigate this construct. I get that you're curious, but I prefer if you didn't interrupt me. I know how. You do, I thought a famous hero like you might. In fact, I was sure of it. First I'd roughen you up a little, then I'd find a way to make you talk. Revenge for Master Koga. a launch pad. I've been tasked by Minoru with gathering materials from the depths. This was meant to aid in her research. My progress was interrupted when the servant and the Demon King occupied the Spirit Temple. Your efforts have allowed me to return to my duty. I offer you my deepest thanks. This is one of the fruits of my excavation. Take it with gratitude. Ooh. Previously informed you that Minoru tasked me with excavating materials in this vicinity. One such material is Zonite. I would ask that you offer me all that you can spare. Payment would of course be provided in return. I can offer you one ancient blade for every 50 pieces of Zonite. Oh. So basically, if you want ancient arrowheads, basically you give him 50 pieces of Zonite and he'll make it for you. Sweet. Okay, and then he can make Zonite weapons. So these four I've seen already. I don't think I've ever seen a Zonite bow before. So if I was correct, there was at least one side quest down here. Alright, pretty much just gonna do some double check-ins and stuff once I get back to Lookout, and then gonna wrap up the session. Alright, so next time, probably just continue more side quests. Well, first I have to find side quests, but yeah, just kind of do that. Maybe find some caves, find some treasure pieces. The kind of possibilities are endless at this point. But yeah, I'll go ahead and leave it there. Alright, so thanks for tuning into the stream. I was able to get all the wells found and got some more side quests done, so that's that for that session. We'll continue that on Friday. So besides that, in terms of the schedule for the rest of the week, it'll be wrapping up, well, at least continuing Bad Boy tomorrow. I don't know if we'll be wrapping it up, just depends on how it goes. And then starting up A Hat in Time on Saturday. And I think that about wraps that up. So, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and wrap up. Alright, so yeah, thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.